Man, I'm having some Discord connectivity problems this morning. Not gonna lie. In other news, FRC has gone tits up. That happened.
How do we get WSB sound to play? It's on the stage. Sing for me, oh bot.
La 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 la.
Do 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 do. You know, despite the fact I took a vocal course this semester, I still can't sing.
So the thing about sell in May, go away, leaping leopard, the biggest reason why that advice exists is because the average May performance in the market is down. But when you look at the extremes, which are pulling the average down, you realize that 1980, if you remove the May 1987 data point, May performs just as well as any other month. So sell in May and go away is kind of derived from the whole 1987 crash.
That's interesting that a single data point has caused. Is that an overall trend? Would you call that an anomaly in the market?
Again?
I was just asking with the fact that because that 1987 crash has caused the data to be skewed to show that May's a sell month, like, is that an actual trend that still tracks? Is where people tend to sell stocks in May?
Yes. But I'm of the opinion the whole sell in May go away was something started by some journalist at Wall Street Journal that a whole bunch of retail people picked up and started repeating. It's never really been a thing at the institutional level. And leopard, the highest recession odds are going to stay high until people start defaulting.
And that journalist's name, Jim Cramer.
I don't know if inverse Kramer will have that level of effect. If it does, we should probably get the guy off the air.
I just saw a bunch of vultures eating a dead deer, and it's like, oh, it's kind of like the Fed and FRC.
Perhaps.
Got an interesting week of earnings. It looks like. Anyone got any plays on earnings this week? Maybe even today.
Broadly speaking, sell anything not tech, buy anything that is tech. Because most projections for analysts are suggesting year-over-year revenue flatter growth. But we all know that's not the case.
I think my long dated UUP puts are going to go to the moon today. pretty excited about that.
Oh, I love your place today. We're going to have some happy little bars, green bars. That's great, Hardy.
Ah, yes. Hendricks got his wish. Make Bob Ross due diligence. I am not playing Apple earnings, Kevin.
Can
The,
y'all?
what's it called? The IV and the expected move doesn't make sense to me. Or like doesn't make it worth going long strangle. For everyone else's reference, Apple earnings comes out on Thursday, and the implied move at the moment is about $6 either direction. So the price needs to go below 161 or above 176 in order for you to break even on the trade. And Apple's May 5 implied volatility, 35% against an average of around 30. So against the Vega of about 14 cents on the trade, maybe 15 cents on the trade. That implies then that the 6-point move represents 75 cents of the strangle. That's the amount of IV crush you can expect to have. Well, that depends, Eager Beaver, on the size of FRC's obligations. The problem is the public statements don't show the unrealized losses, so we don't know how toxic FRC is for JP Morgan to buy. We do know that at FRC's peak, they were worth, I think, $170 million or $180 million. So theoretically, that's a rounding error for JP Morgan. Apple's CFO did sell 40% of his stock, but a large part of that is actually in taxes because his share, the newest block of shares vested.
So Midwest Holdings, MDWT, just got halted on the announcement that it's going to be acquired by Antarctica Capital for $27 a share, currently trading at $13.68. Sorry.
Well, it looks like Doggo is excited by that news.
Yeah, I think he wants me to YOLO. I think that's what he's saying.
Doesn't want dry food anymore. Wants
He
a raw
gets
steak.
raw eggs in his food every day. Keeps his coat nice and shiny. Yeah, he likes that idea. YOLO.
Deutsche Bank is approaching their Gamma Max, so it may be worth buying puts against them. And it's rather appropriate considering the new environment that we're heading into for banks.
Speaking of banks and technology, last week I made a call on SoFi, and now SoFi is going up. We'll see if these calls print.
Xenophobia, T-Prince has a chicken farm. T-Prince looks like Xenophobia wants your eggs. So I'm sure you two can work out a deal. Well, it's kind of a long trek from Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There may be some unscheduled, spontaneous disassembly en route.
Sending the eggs by rocket, that could be a business.
I like it. I like it. Let's do it. I think we can get Elon on board.
GB, Deutsche Bank, Delta Bravo. The plays are on half on a double and WallStreetBets and other subreddits, so look for me. Shouldn't be hard to find them all. Yes, J-Clip, I am not an AI.
For now, right? Until you get the Hardy bot up and running.
It'd be kind of fun if I was able to upload myself, as it were. Then I can make some
we have all
uploads.
those recordings, all the Reddit recordings. It's probably a large enough data set to approximate. I'm thinking it's going to be enough to approximate skulls. We'll see what happens.
Congrats on taking your gains, 901.
Yeah, FRC suspension will likely be permanent, right? Yeah, I mean, they'll suspend it on news, and then it'll just stay suspended till the buyout goes through.
What's unclear is to what extent the put holders will be able to exercise their puts, especially if they're not holding shares.
Yeah, someone was mentioning in the earlier chat that Interactive Brokers exercise their puts against FRC. Maybe they're going to get locked out. I don't know.
It's a reasonable concern.
Just got a contract from the U.S. Air Force. What do you know?
Good morning.
And who just got a contract from the Air Force and for what?
Joby is one of the EVTL, EVOL fucking air taxi electric things that I've been talking about for a while. They, the Air Force just signed a contract to buy 7 of them to see if they work worth a shit and investigate that.
Wow, that's phenomenal for them.
I don't have a position in that company because personally, I think that company's shit, and whatever.
Is that the one that you said if Trump wins the election could potentially be extremely bullish for them, since apparently that's part of his election platform this time around?
Well, that's any of those companies, because that's just one of the things that he's talking about to try to make a flash in the pan. Ooh, look at me with a great idea. but that's not one of the companies that I'm interested in. But sometimes the military makes good decisions, sometimes they don't. TBD.
It happened. I mean, at this moment, FRC is effectively zero. It's been bought out, just like I suggested it would last week when we were talking here. So yeah,
Well, keep in mind, we don't know the price at which JP Morgan bought FRC.
true. But like, I
It
mean,
could
no
be for
one.
$1, it could be for $1 a share.
And
Al-
in
Also,
the rare instance it does somehow get relisted, it's gonna be through the pink sheets, OTC.
also in other news, all the Chinese pump and dump stocks are active again right now. The government had put a stop to that about 2-3 months ago when every single time an IPO came through from HK, it was flying to the roof like HKD and all those other weird shit. Everybody's like, how is this even legal?
You
All
mean
those
Top?
stocks. Yeah, like Top, HKD, Megal, and all the crypto. I'm just also speaking from the crypto side of the deal. I don't deal with any of that, but I have a lot of friends that talk about it, and they said that shit is flying off the chain right now. There's something going on with the Chinese-based money laundering-ish sort of things.
I'm not so sure it's money laundering. I think someone just needed to increase their collateral over the weekend because it's month end.
Do you think Top's gonna go back up today or sometime this week?
No.
No, just look at the history on HKD, and that'll tell you what all these are going to look like.
Congrats to the bag holders.
I don't know if anyone else has seen this one video. It's this guy, I think he's in the UK, where he went around, he made a company, and then he tried selling shares of it. He got one person to buy a share of it for $50, and he had so many shares of the company where he had like a $500 billion valuation on the company. So he was temporarily the richest person in the world.
So who posted this? Stipper. 10.6 billion for the assets. The assets were valued. Where is this? According to the balance sheet for 2022, is this in thousands? The assets were $212 million. So I'm curious to know where the other 10.4 billion came from.
Is this FRC?
But yeah, that's basically how I feel about all these random Hong Kong stocks. Kind of reminds me of that one episode of South Park where they have the one Kickstarter and they're doing it just to raise money and immediately sell the company, and it's like just the name of the company.
So, Weeb, you missed the important part. They also told him in the valuation that it's probably going to go down as fraud, and he should really reconsider that. And he immediately dissolved it to make sure he didn't actually get in legal trouble.
Yes, that was also correct.
Yeah, well,
on the FRC acquisition, my interpretation
What
of
was that,
what they said
Copper?
on Bloomberg was that FRC isn't being acquired, just their assets, deposits, and liabilities are. So it doesn't seem like it's a normal company acquisition. They're buying the guts of the company, not the company itself. Is that correct?
That's still a very large spread. So unless that $10 billion represents the value of all of the deposits left, I suspect there's more to the story than what Reuters pointed out, or someone, put the decimal in the wrong place.
I got you, Diamond. Sorry, you had a hot mic last Friday, so I muted you. But now you're good.
Thanks. Yeah, no, my Bluetooth thing sucks. Sometimes I forget to take it off. But
You
yeah,
were like
isn't
on the
that
phone, so I stopped you before you gave out names.
right? So what happened with FRC? Was it an asset sale? JP Morgan just bought him as an asset, or did they buy him as a running business? Do you guys know?
My understanding was it was an asset sale
Right.
from what I read on Bloomberg.
An asset sale means they're not buying the actual company, or they might buy the rights to the company, but most of the time, an asset sale, they'll just leave whatever the business is, the entity itself, and they'll just buy all the assets.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's what I
sure
understood.
about that part, Stiffer. So it's unclear to what extent JP Morgan is guaranteeing all the deposits independently of FRC versus buying the wealth management and banking businesses from FRC and then leveraging the FDIC to guarantee a portion of the deposits.
I didn't know they were still required to fulfill those deposit liabilities.
So
because
it's unclear to what extent JP Morgan is picking up the tab versus FDIC. My suspicion is it's a combination of both.
Gotcha.
No different from how UBS was compelled to buy Credit Suisse. What's unclear is what the unrealized losses were on the various securities in FRC's portfolio. And knowing that will go a long way to figuring out the real damage to JP Morgan.
I mean, if I were JP Morgan, I'd be trying to buy the only assets that are worth anything, leave the rest to the Chapter 11. I don't see why JP Morgan would be required to come through on those abilities.
In exchange for a certain amount of liquidity from the Fed, and there's always some other backroom line item that's not reported. We just need to figure out where to look.
Right.
Okay, so not bad. What's that? $220 billion in assets for 10 billion. So that's probably what made JP Morgan worthwhile. Or actually comprehensive rock, what we don't know is the unrealized losses on those assets. Because if they're holding something, if First Republic could have bought something for $100 million, because of the interest rate going up, the value of that something is only $20 million, but because they didn't sell, they're still reporting the $100 million cost basis as an asset. So it's entirely possible that the $10 billion that JP Morgan spent represents the fair price.
Hey.
Genome, you good? You don't sound good.
I think he's in a dogfight.
No, sorry, that was my one of my dogs. They saw a jogger jogging outside the road. Sorry about that.
Man, that silence is really profound without the Wall Street Bet sound block.
Well, for whatever reason, it's not playing. Anyway, half an hour to market open. Who else has plays to share?
Apparently, Chewy does.
Who's chewing?
My dog.
Oh, Chewbacca.
Yes, that's it.
That's so funny. That's the name of one of my dogs is Chewbacca, and the other one is Bark Vader. Too funny.
He's a Boykin Spaniel, so he's got brown curls, just like Chewbacca. So, yeah, he approves this message.
MGM is reporting today.
I think they're reporting after hours.
Correct. Expected earnings 6 cents a share, expected revenue 3.6 billion, both of which represent growth. So let's see, what's the put side of MGM? So in order for puts to print, price of MGM needs to go below 43.50 against the current expectations. Let's see, this is okay. I'm gonna put up a new degenerate gambling play. As always, size your position accordingly. MGM May 5 $45 puts for buy as close to market close as you can. Let me write this up quickly for half on a double.
Breaking news ticker on your website.
Come again?
So you need to have a breaking news kind of ticker going on your website whenever you come up with a new play.
Subscribe to the RSS feed.
Did you have a specific strike price in mind on those MGM puts?
45.
45?
Let me pop the thesis and then explain my thinking.
Yeah. Got it.
In other news, I'm looking at playing Wall again. I think it's going to decline just like last time. And then I think it's going to have another V-shaped recovery in it. WAL. Wall.
Nice. I'm shorting Intel this one.
Very nice. Very nice.
I'm buying more shares in Stellantis. Also, probably adding additional calls dated out to January 24. I've been in that play for quite a while. It's gone up and down a little bit. The calls that I currently have are close to 100% return. I'm going to buy some more calls, buy some more shares. Still think that's one of Luce's plays, and it's still working. Also have some Warner Brothers Discovery shares. Not sure how I'm going to play the earnings on that. I think the earnings are on Friday.
Genome, was that STLA?
That's correct. STLA, Sierra Tango Lima Alpha.
Scald, you're shorting Wall, right? It's like
Also, if I'm not mistaken on that Stellantis, the STLA, I believe they crossed Delta Neutral recently, which they might be on one of Hardy's wrinkle brain play sheets.
Hey, Hardy, you still in those LVS puts plays?
No,
Gotcha.
I closed that out. Closed that out before the weekend. Currently, I have puts on FSR, which is Fisker and Lucid, and I intend to get out before earnings.
Where do you think Lucid's going to go?
Down.
Makes sense. I don't think there's much demand for that kind
When
of
he buys
product
puts,
anymore.
that generally means he's going to go downsies.
Hey, I just want to have a conversation here.
All right, MGM plays going up. Short answer is May 5, 20 delta puts as close as you can to market close. So you're only exposed to the potential IV crush and the actual move of the stock when earnings are reported. Expectations are for EPS to be 6.4 cents a share versus 6.8 cents a share versus 68 cents a share the previous quarter, and minus 6.1 cents a share a year ago. Revenue is expected to be 3.6 billion versus 3.59 billion the previous quarter and 2.85 billion a year ago. So if you believe that revenue grew from 2.85 to 3.61 billion year over year for MGM on this quarter, then bullish. If you don't, bearish. And buy 20 delta puts at like 3:45, 3:50 p.m. today. Earnings report will be half an hour after that, roughly.
You said you had to put on FSR, correct? Strike price $5. Make about 50.
I have $6 puts in FSR.
Thank you.
You could probably get in at a lower price than I did. You just need to make sure that the deal's still worth it for you.
Morning, guys and girl.
Hello.
Good morning. What do you have for us?
I'm checking BP earnings. That is expected to go off tomorrow morning. Gonna just keep an eye on things today, see how it goes. I know Shell just sold a natural gas field off the coast of Australia to BP. I think earnings would be good, because if it wasn't, then BP wouldn't have the money to buy it. So I think I'm gonna, let me see, I don't even know where BP is yet. They went up over the weekend or Friday.
When did they buy that natural gas field?
I believe it was just announced Friday or Saturday.
Well, so that means there's a potential that it hasn't hit their balance sheet yet. But keep in mind, those are generally very big expenditures, so that could hurt the report. That's likely not going to hit till next quarter.
Yeah, so that's why I think this quarter is going to be looking pretty good. I'm probably going to look at maybe a $41 call for May 12th. Low theta, delta's 37, IV 27.5%. I'm sure that'll change today, but yeah, that's going to be my play for tomorrow morning. So,
Next establishment. The reason why JP Morgan is up potentially is because they got a significant discount on FRC's assets. But what's unclear is how much of FRC's reported assets have large unrealized losses.
Harvey, is there a timeline as to when anyone might be able to figure that out? Because you could potentially do puts to the downside if it's bad.
I don't think JP Morgan acquiring this company is going to move their stock price much. It's tiny compared to their valuation.
Yeah, but the assets are much larger than the equity. And if JP Morgan paid $10 billion for assets worth $2 billion, well, it's a big hit.
Gotcha.
Even though the asset value was previously reported as $20 billion. So perhaps that'll give you some context. For whoever was asking about the MGM play, it's going up on half on a double now, and I posted it earlier into the comments. Investors eat FRC losses, regard.
So Ford is set to outsell Chevy or GM on EV vehicles, so I'm probably going to do some calls on Ford. Stock's only like 10, 11 bucks. They're really doing really good with their Mustang Mach-E. I mean, I think that car is hideous, but a lot of people like it, so I'm bullish on Ford.
I've held Ford for a very long time. Word of caution, it was $12 about 12 years ago also, so keep that in mind.
Well, I don't care as long as they keep debasing the currency, the fucking number goes up.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? It pays the dividend. So there's that too.
Yeah, dude, like 10% is pretty legit.
Yeah, it bounces between 9
GM's
and
also
12.
discontinuing their Bolt next year, so that'll open up a market for American-made, smaller-sized EVs, which maybe Ford can capitalize on.
And apparently they
Yeah,
figured out the issue with the batteries on the Ford Lightning trucks.
do they have any plans to do like a Ranger electric?
Don't they have some other like small or a small pickup that they just came out with? Maverick. I think the Maverick will probably be the one they'll do EV or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But I'm just looking at it like you guys said yesterday that the Volt is no longer in production. So all those buyers are basically going to be either Tesla or these little Fords. But I don't think they're going to go to Tesla because unless they're upgrading, good credit. But most of those buyers will probably jump to Ford or whatever.
I've been saying for a while I think Rivian is dead in the water because of the Lightning.
Yeah, and most of the people that buy Volts are like, they're trying to buy American products anyway. Otherwise, you'd get a better fucking electric car than a fucking Volt. So, they'll probably switch to Ford.
I like that post on WallStreetBets about Rivian the other day. I don't know if y'all saw it.
Is it the
The
one
guy
where
waited
they're
for
like,
3 years to get a car, and then it died on him as soon as it snowed, which was like 2 days later.
yeah, they have a wait list and you have to like put a deposit on it, and then it's just sad that they don't have any customer service after that.
Did they fix that problem with like the steering wheels falling off and shit like that?
I thought that was Tesla.
Rivian had a steering wheel issue as well.
Yeah, Rivian had it also.
If the Lakers win the playoffs, I'm buying calls on Modelo.
So do we think there's going to be a recession, folks? Or do we think we're in one?
We're not yet
Or
in
what do
one.
we think?
Not until we start seeing stories of hardship. Then we'll have been in one for 6 months.
Has anyone noticed that the market's been going up since October though?
Yeah, how much of that is money printing inflation versus recession?
I don't know.
Well, something to add to that. One of the main reasons SoFi posted good earnings is their amount of personal loans they're issuing is up like 50% or something. And that's just because people are converting all their shit credit card debt to personal loans, which is generally the last step before you can't make payments.
Yeah, the credit use is just off the charts right now. It's literally higher than it's ever been. So maybe that's what we're seeing. We're seeing an economy just coasting on credit because everybody still has jobs, right? So they're able to still get credit because they're able to show income. And then That's just acting as a. The question is, will that act as enough of a cushion that we won't have a recession, or will we still have one? Right. That's the real question.
Right. Will people spend enough money in the summer to keep us out of it? I think we'll probably coast through the summer and do all right. But a lot of the higher interest rate debt hasn't even, affected the markets yet. So we'll wait and see. Maybe in 3 months what happens.
All I know is this is why I was bullish on SoFi talking about them last week, is because personal loans and making things really easy to obtain for the common folk is their bread and butter. And so they're just raking it in right now from people that are trying to escape credit card debt.
And even for people that don't have student loans or credit card debt, SoFi is pushing because I have a small account with them for investing, and they are always offering margin and things that'll get you into other forms of debt.
Well, one of my most favorite things ad campaign wise they've done recently that I think is very intelligent is they're advertising to people that can't get pregnant. Every single person I know, right? So I'm 36 years old, and every person I grew up with, every person my wife is friends with, all her sisters, everybody, they're all pregnant right now. It's like a second coming of the baby boom. Because all the millennials are turning mid-30s and they're all hitting that baby clock. And what they're finding out is that the male sperm rate is horrible compared to what it was back in the 60s and 70s due to energy drinks and other chemicals and other problems, whatever. And people cannot get pregnant. But a lot of them, everybody wants to get pregnant right now. So SoFi is actually advertising personal loans for IVF treatments, which is fairly a guaranteed way to get pregnant, but it costs $15,000 a pop. So SoFi's hey, you want to start a family? We'll give you a loan.
Wow, that's
so
pretty
dystopian. I don't even know where to start. But
pretty bullish,
There's a pop.
that's just pretty messed up. But at the same time, all my friends struggled to get pregnant, and my wife and I were like, well, we don't got a lot going on. It's during the COVID lockdown. Let's try and see what happens. And now I've got a 2-year-old. So, one and done over here.
I'm in the same exact boat.
Honest question on that. Did you get pregnant before you got COVID or after you got COVID, or did you ever get COVID?
It was after, because I got it straight from the pipeline. I got the actual original Wuhan flu, the Wu flu, the original version.
Damn, got the OG Wuhan.
Yeah, first edition.
Nah, bro. I got the first edition, bro. I live in fucking Seattle, literally 20 miles from the clinic. I got that shit in December.
A bunch of people from the tooling department flew back from Wuhan, and then they were all at their desks coughing. And then I was like, this doesn't look good. And then the next day, they were all out of the office. Then I started coughing. And I went into the doc, and I was like, I think I've got whatever this Wuhan virus is. This is in February of 2020. And then when I explained to the doc where all my coworkers came from, the next thing I know, I was escorted to this locked room in the hospital, and they came in goddamn spacesuits, started testing me for COVID. Sure enough, said I was negative, but guess what? Those early tests had a 67% error rate, and I definitely had COVID because later an antigen test from the CDC confirmed it.
So what you're saying is as soon as you noticed they were coughing, you picked the first one you could find and started making out with them?
Well, remember, this is a tooling desk in a manufacturing facility. So they're quite close already. And no walls because open office concept.
Yeah, Hardy actually just nailed it right there, 100%.
I was just imagining the other guy that said he was in Seattle at the near the airport where they came in, and I'm just imagining this dude finding patient zero and just making out with him in the middle of the airport.
Oh, it's even better than that, dude. It was in an old folks' home that the first outbreak supposedly happened, and so yeah, that would put me in an old folks home looking for some action, right? Nah, but it was crazy because you know, my mom's kind of a little bit of a hippie, and so she's always into this like kind of woo-woo stuff, and so I'm always rolling my eyes, you know, respectfully, of course. But she goes, "Oh, there's a study being done at UW that I guess there's some new sickness going on, and they're trying to figure out what it is. This really wealthy guy's doing a study at UW. Mind you, this isn't fucking November, right? So I'm like, okay, whatever. And anyways, turns out that, of course, it was fucking COVID, and they were just trying to figure out, okay, is this really what everybody's saying it is? And I don't know how she got in contact with that person, but basically she found out that it was just like a common cold. And so anybody that did the studies on COVID has known, you know, right away how bad it was. But you know how
I
it
guess
goes.
I guess the next question is after you figured this shit out, did you do like the politicians and sell everything and short the entire market?
You know, I didn't. I missed it out. I missed out on that. You know, I didn't think that it was going to be a real thing. I never thought that they would shut down the country over a fucking flu sickness. So they surprised me with that one.
Yeah. So well, and
I'll
that's
tell
and
you,
that,
I mean, that's fair. I mean, it surprised everybody.
during the COVID meltdown or whatever, I bought a bunch of Ford Leafs. Like Ford broke under $5 a share, and I just bought a shit ton of Leafs for 2021. And by 2021, it rolled around. Ford had a $20 share price, and I ended up selling half of those Leafs to buy my wife a fence. Oh, she wanted a new fence for the dog. And so now I always bitch at her, and I'm like, that is a $20,000 fence. Anyway, how much it would have been. But, you know, lumber prices were up too back then.
Oh, dude, don't talk about fucking lumber prices, dude. I built the deck on my house at the absolute peak of the fucking lumber market. It's like, I tell my wife the same thing. I'm like, this deck you're standing on is specific of a fucking deck. But back to my original thesis about SoFi and their IVF loans. One of my friends is a fertility doctor. That's why I asked the question about COVID, because that he's seen COVID, guys that got COVID multiple times, it has completely sterilized them. Like their sperm are just useless now.
That's probably for the best.
It might be, especially if it's some of my friends for sure. But this is why like these personal loans, the IVF loans, are going through the roof for SoFi, because when everybody else is pregnant and your wife is not, that, trust me, I've been through this. It is a straining thing on a fucking marriage, because it really messes with it can. I'm not saying for every woman, but for my wife, it really fucked with her head for sure.
So, Copper,
How successful are these IBF things? I'm sorry.
Something to keep in
More
mind.
successful than raw dogging it, or whatever the term is nowadays. But pregnancy loans aside, what other plays do we have in the next 6 minutes or so? And yes, for those who are just joining, First Republic Bank is now JP Morgan Chase. The assets were bought for what may have been a substantial discount. We're not sure. And anyone holding shares of First Republic, I'm so sorry for your loss. The MJ play is up. Should be published there under Degenerate Gambling Plays 901.
I'm actually thinking that shorting Apple might be a good play here.
What's your thesis?
I mean, the thesis is that last couple of iPhones practically look the same. There's not, as much incentive to buy them. Apple hasn't really released anything in Q1 that would be getting people to flock to the stores or online, and they underperformed their holiday quarter where where they usually beat by decent margins, but no, they missed, and the stock somehow still rocketed a couple months ago after the last earnings report. So I think shorting Apple might be the play.
This guy,
Is it most of their revenue from subscription services now, though? Do they make a lot on iPhone releases?
I won't say most, but a growing amount of Apple's revenue is their service business. So think the iTunes Store, think the card business in partnership with Goldman Sachs and Marcus. Think the repair services that they're now charging more for, and because of the whole right to repair stuff. What other service do they have? The warranty
They charge
thing
a
that's been
transaction
growing,
fee for Apple Pay.
something like that.
Yes,
Yeah.
but you also have to realize that their cash pile is the smallest since 2014.
Yeah, but compare the decrease in cash versus pretty much every other company, and the fact that Apple could very easily use that cash pile as a share buyback to shore up the price. That's what Google and Meta have already done.
Look at me, just personally, I'm not feeling that bullish on Apple. And I mean, just look at the stock lately, and the
I
technical
agree as a
definitely
company.
look by it.
I agree as a company the outlook is not bullish, but at the same time they still have levers to pull and cards to play that can manipulate the price upward.
That is true. That is very much true. But I'm just feeling bearish right now.
That's all good. I sell you puts for a good price.
Yeah, the puts are looking pretty cheap on Apple, but I wouldn't buy them immediately. I would monitor the stock, see what it does in the coming days.
Yeah, I don't understand why anyone would sell puts on something potentially going bankrupt or getting acquired.
I just don't get why so many people were trying to buy it right as they were.
Because they
about
were
to get-
expecting another Hertz and Revlon. I can't read my user asking about the JetBlue puts. That may be possible, but it's unclear to what extent the Spirit merger will actually go through. And the fact that they're at Gamma Max suggests that the market may be incentivized to manipulate the price away from Gamma Max. That's just based off of the thesis that I run. So it's entirely possible that there's a blind spot in the tools that I use to analyze a stock. Mainly because a lot of things can't be automated. Sure. Keep in mind, the last time JetBlue went to Gamma Max, it fell back. What is that? 55. Fell back like 8%.
Ding, ding, ding. The market is now open.
Yeah, what happened to Getty? Anyone know? After the big news, a lot of nothing, looks like.
Our GLD is up 1% already.
No idea why Vale's discounted that severely, M&A. But at the moment, for me, standing aside, no trade. Norwegian's printing, but didn't they just go through earnings? So if you held from Friday, you would have been crushed. Yeah, that makes sense, Leopard. So with stock buybacks increasing, it's one more attempt to prop up the price before the final collapse.
Selling May, go away.
Amazon is at 103s. Looks like a buy here soon.
So I know that gold is pretty much still at an all-time high, but with the banking sector showing a lot of trouble, employment is high, inflation is up, I fear about the dollar losing value. Is there really a good argument for not buying some out-of-the-money calls on one of the gold miner ETFs right now? I'm thinking maybe VanEck gold miners ETF. I'm going to try to maybe buy some calls out in 2025. Just about as far on it as I can go.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Just want to say NVIDIA, new 52-week high.
I'd be wary of that, Jefferson. Keep in mind, Fed fund rate comes out on Wednesday. Sure.
Earnings are May 24th, so maybe after that Fed meeting. Yes, GME's getting cheaper.
Did FRC get halted? For some reason, it's not showing on Yahoo for me.
They got bought.
Oh, that makes sense. Never mind.
In the event anyone isn't aware, FRC was quietly seized by the FDIC over the weekend and then pulled off rapidly to JPM.
Oh, that's my fault because it was showing pre-market, so I didn't think it happened already.
So the ticker no longer exists essentially and is suspended on exchanges.
Okay, that makes sense.
I just talked to people over at Charles Schwab regarding what happens with FRC and any equities or options that are outstanding on them. And the guy said that there's an organization called OCC, the Options Clearing Corporation, that's responsible for determining what happens to the equities and to the options, and they have not issued any guidance yet on that. He provided me with a website, theocc.com, THEOCC, OscarCharlieCharlie.com, that you can go to and keep an eye on when they release some news on how the options and shares are going to be settled for FRC.
Yo, what up, everybody?
Hey, Jen, how you doing?
Doing pretty well, man. Just watching these BITI shares go up. Why is it so quiet? Did y'all have to work out Wendy's this weekend?
Where are your plays?
So my play right now is BITI shares long because I think that Bitcoin is reversing and is going to be sold off, especially after Mother's Day, which is May 14th for those of you that don't have a calendar. But basically, I'm slowly easing into short crypto positions right now, just BITI, but I'm also looking at puts on Riot, Mara, and Hut. But I'm really just trying to see more information on what's going on with Coinbase. Specifically, Coinbase has their lawsuit with the SEC going on, and I think that's going to determine a lot of the volatility in crypto over the next month.
What about MicroStrategy?
What's that, sir?
What about MicroStrategy? They're
The
basically
reason-
a Bitcoin ETF, right? Because they actually hold Bitcoin on their balance sheet.
Right. So the reason I don't
Cited
think that
tonight.
they're as susceptible is because the whole issue with Coinbase is the staking of altcoins. So all the other shit that Coinbase allows people to trade, that's not Bitcoin, is the risk to their business. And so I think MicroStrategy is not really the target. Like, I think Bitcoin's relatively safe. I think it's Ethereum, Solana, all this stuff that they stake that acts like a security that they're going to get in trouble for.
Yeah, but MicroStrategy still trades kind of like a derivative of Bitcoin, and the stock price is a lot more inflated in MicroStrategy, so it's a much wiser thing to short. Whereas like Riot and Hut 8, I mean, Riot's
Yeah, my thesis is
like
not that
$1.70.
Bitcoin. My thesis is not Bitcoin is going to be the volatility. My thesis is that the volatility is coming from Coinbase possibly collapsing because of the SEC going after them, issuing them a Wells notice, and Coinbase countersuing. And this is all about staking tokens. The staking of Bitcoin doesn't generate any yield on Coinbase, so it's not the issue here.
Gotcha. I understand what you're saying. I'm just talking about like making a play and making money. Like just I would just short MicroStrategy just to keep it simple. But yeah, I don't know what the implications of the Coinbase litigation are. I mean, they might just it might not be a big deal. I mean, they might just move their offices to London and that's it. And stock price suffers a little bit for a couple of weeks and then it's fine. But yeah, I think that's a good strategy to short because I think Bitcoin is running out of steam as well.
That's pretty much it for today. So the only play I would say that I'm in right now is BITI. So I'll post in the chat if I find anything specific with the mining companies or Coinbase.
Coinbase and MicroStrategy, don't they have earnings this week?
Coinbase does. I'm not sure about MicroStrategy.
MicroStrategy's today, after market close.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it'll be interesting to see how they report.
Yeah, good luck for those of you with puts on MicroStrategy. I can see why you'd be bearish. If Bitcoin sells off, granted, MicroStrategy is going down. But what I'm hoping for is that Coinbase is forced to move offshore and that they have to delist from the New York Stock Exchange.
Why does moving offshore force them to delist? We have plenty of foreign companies trading on the New York Stock Exchange.
So I think if they have to
Not
go
as
offshore,
ADRs.
it's because they got into the same trouble that FTX and Binance did. So Binance is not allowed to operate in the US. They have Binance US, but even that is being pushed out. So I think it's more of like, when the SEC gives you a Wells notice and you're told to move your exchange to the Bahamas, it's not a good sign, and it's more likely than not that your business is in trouble.
I don't think Coinbase is in trouble as far as the balance sheet goes. They might not have an office in the US, but I don't think that's going to affect their business model very much.
This isn't like, hey, we're relocating to India to save on labor. It's like SEC knocked at our door, handed us a slip, and now we're going to court with them.
Going to court for what?
They're countersuing the SEC, saying that when Coinbase filed to become, a publicly traded company, they explained their business model. There was not any pushback on the initial filing where staking is mentioned 64 times in the report. So they're saying like, hey, we told you about staking well in advance. We told you that crypto was going to have these new tokens that we're not prepared for, and you guys didn't respond to us. And now that we're an established business, now all of a sudden you want to come around regulating staking and claiming it's a security. So, everybody's lawyered up at this point. It could drag on, but I just think that you're looking at a situation where it's not like they're moving offshore and then they become an ADR and they're fine. It's like literally you guys fucked up. Your business is dead and you have no access to the US dollar anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they'll probably get away with a fine and keep it pushing. Seems like a lot of doom and gloom over a staking matter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the SEC. I didn't give them the Wells notice.
Yeah, I understand. So, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to go that far.
like SPY is pricing in a 25 basis point hike from Fed.
Who's pricing it in?
That's what I'm divining out of the SPY May 3 expiration.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of people were saying the 25 basis point hike was priced in. So.
Bro, these delivery fees get any higher, and I'm going to start driving for Uber. Jesus.
Use Grubhub. Amazon Prime comes with Grubhub Plus for a year. Fees are about 30% as much as Uber.
Oh, I have Amazon Prime. That's great.
Most restaurants are both Uber and Grubhub participants. Right now I'm like minus 30 delta versus SPY, and the beta, well, beta is relatively low, like 0.3. That is to say, for every move in SPY, my overall portfolio moves 1/3 the amount. Or at least the beta component. Not necessarily. The majority of my portfolio on a dollar basis is short options, so I'm harvesting Theta and Vega where I can. I only use the excess return above SPY when I'm doing long options plays, and an even smaller portion of that when I'm doing degenerate gambling plays.
Said most of those are like 1% of your net worth, or not your net worth. I'm sorry, but your like portfolio or whatever.
Of the money I've allocated for trading, I also have
Right.
money allocated for real estate, for crypto, for other investment classes.
Got it. So of your money that's allocated for trading, it's only 1% of your trading, or would you say your options go up to like 10% of your asset allocation, or how much?
Never above 1. Occasionally it'll go to like 2.5% because the value of the option doubled. And then at that point I'll take the profit and it goes back toward 1.
Right, gotcha.
What is everybody's thoughts on Warner Brothers this upcoming Friday? I know Loose Ventures gave us that play a little while back, a bullish play.
Could go up, could go down.
Yeah, projected to be doing not so great.
It's 2 standard deviations overbought on the month chart, so it's about to tank.
So what would be the potential play for a bearish play, you think?
Shipper, the easiest way to play that is to look at CDS against certain CRE portfolios. And then you can probably buy puts against the buy puts against a CRE REIT or CREIT. I don't know if that's the correct term. Comprehensive rock. A given, I never put more than 1% of my capital into a single options contract. So that allows me to normalize away things like pin risk or market events. And that way the gains, for the most part, can be attributed to the due diligence that I do.
So, does that mean you have more than 1% allocated to options at any one time? Sometimes you do. You're saying at 2%, that's just when option hits, but I'm saying like,
There are
total...
instances where an option contract makes up more than 1% of my portfolio, but that's because the value of the option contract went up.
I understand that, but at any one time, like total asset allocation as far as your portfolio goes, what percentage of that is options? All options combined, right?
Oh, the sum of all options right now probably
Yes.
makes, let's see. Long options overall makes up about 20% of my portfolio now, 21
wow.
and change. And then short options make up another 70%, and then the rest is cash.
Okay. So this is strictly a short-term portfolio then. I see what you're saying.
Stipper, it's the premium. Or well, in the case of long option, the premium. In the case of short option, the collateral.
So this is, excuse me, this is your allocated to trading, and then you have a separate portfolio allocated to like long-term buy and hold?
Yeah, but that's like my 401k and other bullshit stuff.
Right.
Like,
that makes sense. No, I appreciate you answering those questions. I was just wondering because I'm trying to figure out like what percentage of my total stock portfolio I want to have in options. So I probably won't go over like 5% just because my portfolio has all my long-term and my trading cash and all that shit in one spot because I'm lazy and I don't give a shit. Word.
So I'm thinking I'm not going to carry a wallet anymore. Have you guys seen this digital ID pilot that they're doing?
no, cash is king, Scott.
I mean, I like cash, but like now you can have your state ID on your phone, like on your Apple Wallet, if you're in this pilot for the federal digital ID. And then I can have all my cards loaded onto my phone. And then, like, what do I need a wallet for?
For when your
Take it a
phone
step
dies or
further.
is stolen.
That part's taking a step
Oh.
further. You can put a chip into your left hand, and then you can just scan your hand.
Just put a chip in my hand. Yeah, fair.
Mark of the beast, my boy.
I mean, I do like cash. You gotta have a little bit of cash around. How else are you gonna? Never mind. Moving on.
Well, as long as you're not using your prison wallet there, Scott. I don't accept that kind of legal tender.
That's fair.
Or you could do what, if I remember correctly, there's like a birth control implant you can put like under your arm. So that might be a good enough place to sneak in an RFID chip so you can, awkwardly scan yourself with the tap to pay feature at any store.
No, that would be hilarious. just flops sideways onto the scanner or whatever. Like, they're like, what is that guy doing? And then it scans. They're like, that is where that guy's chip is? What the world?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you'd end up famous on some site for like rubbing your armpit over.
Absolutely. Someone just said, explain what's going to happen to FRC shareholders. So here's what's going to happen to them. It goes to zero. That's what happens.
Well, it's probably 10 billion divided by the number of shares, right, Scald? Or is that only for deposits and assets, not liabilities and equity?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there is actually a buyout on the table on like Silvergate. So wouldn't the bondholders be in line first and then stockholders be in line second? So it'd be 10 billion across the bonds, and then if that covers the bonds, whatever's left over gets divided evenly among the stockholders.
Yes, that's how it works in a textbook. It's unclear to what extent the bondholders will be converted to equity holders, and then the pool of equity holders would receive what's left, or their share of what's left.
Yeah, very true.
So we couldn't get
as
like a
we
piece
just as we just saw with Credit Suisse, the bondholders were left out in the cold. Like, I was like, what? This is the opposite of what you would think would happen.
Well, Credit Suisse also is the Swiss government doing their thing, so unclear to what extent the American government will follow a similar policy.
So if JP Morgan is taking over FRC, does that mean they take a hit as well, or does that just mean that they grow stronger?
Unclear. I mean, like, it depends on. I mean, they can certainly absorb. They can certainly absorb an amount of toxic assets, right? Like, because they're just so huge. It's unclear to me how bad the books are at FRC. It could actually be beneficial for them.
Shipper, JP Morgan doesn't want to, but it could very well be included as a term of sale. Because if I recall correctly, FDIC is the one selling FRC, not FRC board.
That is correct.
And Hendricks is also right in that the Treasury, under Yellen, has explicitly stated they will not bail out investors. But it's unclear to what extent the investors in FRC have more lobbying power to change her stance. Maybe $1 million speech could, change her mind.
So when she's the treasurer, I don't believe she can actually accept speaking fees.
Correct, but, she won't be treasurer when she dies. Or Treasury Secretary, I think is what it was. To be fair, there is precedent for secretaries to receive speaking fees.
I mean, there could certainly be future dated planned speaking events, so.
Yeah, soon we'll have Step Bank, Super Kush. You know, Leopard, how many of those banks on your list are state banks? Or state-owned or state-controlled? Because my understanding is USA is one of the few countries that allows banks to operate on an open market. Relatively speaking. I mean, they're still regulated up the wazoo. Yeah, US is a debt-based economy, pretty much since the 1800s. Welcome to USA. Yeah, but the taxes weren't a debt. And the thing about Jackson getting rid of the national debt is partly because of money printing. So it's a little... I mean, technically it's true, but... Anyway. Yeah, I suspect that's the logic of some of the people who are bullish on FRC, Stipper.
Doing that bad looks really good.
What? Oh yeah, cleaned it. Yeah. Mm.
Yo, Genome, you're hot. Your mic's hot, let's be clear.
Thank you. Thank you. Both are right. Just FYI.
Well, the thing about the JP acquisition, Xenophobia, is that they paid a massive discount for it. They definitely didn't buy those assets at par value. Leopard, is this the same way China had the largest real estate industry? Because when I was last in China, there were still a lot of people on mopeds and bicycles, so imagine all those people upgrading to cars, admittedly using the Chinese safety standards. Interesting. Okay. So basically, until batteries can be invented at scale without rare earth materials, China maintains that dominance. I mean, you're better off in the refining business, Xenophobia. It's very rare for rare earths to come in their pure form. You're better off controlling the refiners. That's how Rockefeller did it. The money wasn't in discovering the oil, the money was making the oil useful. Also, Leopard, guarantee that the real cost wasn't 137.5 million, probably close to 300. The reported cost is 137.5 million. The Chinese are not above bribes, and neither are the Africans. In the US, it's called lobbying. like a building inspector I know here in New York. The guy earned, a city municipal salary for the better part of 15 years. Suddenly needed to inspect a building that I was paying attention to, and he's able to afford a 5-figure vacation. I wonder how that worked out. And it's only coincidental, perhaps, that the owner of the building is Chinese. Yes and no, Hendricks. Rockefeller made it big because his economies of scale were so good. He can go to his competitors and say, accept this stupidly low price I'm going to offer you, or I will build a competitor right next to you and run you out of business. I don't know how much the bribe was, Xenophobia, but the land was acquired for $12 million. The building, let's call it $500 a square foot, so probably went up for another $8 million. And once all the units are sold, that's about 60 to 70 million. So there's a very healthy margin. Well, you want the whole project or just a small part of it? Because there's a development site, still has houses on it, maybe 2 blocks from me, where the seller wants 12 million. You could probably get away with like 9 or 10 based on the acquisition price, so they still make a healthy margin. The problem is being able to qualify for the 421A tax abatement. Alright, sure. Yeah, I'll look it up for you. I think the biggest advantage, Xenophobia, is that this particular property that I'm describing is inside the zip code 11101, which has, what do you call those? The innovation tax credit or whatever it's called. So there are advantages to keeping that zip code. Yeah, I forget what it's called specifically in New York, but it's a thing. Maybe 320. What's up, David? Downtown tax incentive, is that what it's called? Or opportunity zone? Funny you say that. I have a degenerate gambling play to buy puts at market close or close to market close on the 4th ahead of earnings. The DD is based on earnings and on a mismatch between earnings expectations and what may very well happen. The basic idea is that year-over-year revenue is supposedly going up 25%. That doesn't make sense to me, especially considering that I have trouble believing the business grew 25% in revenue over the past year. So I'm anticipating a revenue miss. And then on top of that, EPS, earnings per share, is expected to go up, or rather to stay up in spite of that. Keep in mind, over the previous quarter, that represents a roughly 74% per share drop in earnings. So, my problem with MGM specifically versus something like Caesars is that the casino portion of their business is smaller. That's my thesis, and I acknowledge that this is a very high risk, high reward play, so adjust your exposure accordingly. And where is xenophobia? There you are. I don't know if you'd like that, xenophobia. No erection has discovered his voice. And there are certain taboo words that, if spoken, will prompt a lot of screeching.
All right, I'm gonna head out.
NNOX optional trader. What's your thesis there? Are you looking at it because it's a large mover on the day? Because they have marketing clearance for their X-ray product? Yeah, so let me show you something about NNOX or NanoX. Their implied volatility for the May 19 strike is through the roof. So let's call it 160 prior to the announcement. Let's call it 85. So that's 75 points of implied volatility. If we go to the option chain, we want to sell. Let's see, prior to the announcement, it was $6 or so. So if we sell the 750, well, no, that doesn't make sense. You could try to sell the 750 puts to capitalize on that Vega, but let's see. Let's call it 40 cents over 750 collateral. That's 5% that you stand to gain in roughly 2 weeks. So if you think that juice is worth the squeeze, by all means go ahead. Whatever the 20 delta is, master of Puppin. So let's see, MGM 20 delta is currently 43.50 or just below it. I don't know where you're getting 26 from. Are you by any chance using the wrong delta? The idea basically is that prior to market close and with as little time as possible between entering the trade and the announcement, buy puts at 20 delta with the expectation that the announcement, because of the revenue miss that I'm anticipating, will cause the price to drop to gap down into Tuesday morning, or into Friday morning, or whenever the earnings is. Ape should be directly proportional in theory. In practice, that's not really the case, mainly because you have risks of dilution and other things being priced in. Their co-integration factor should be pretty high, so theoretically, if there's a major difference in the spread between AMC and Ape, you can trade the mean reversion of that difference. So let's say the difference is on average 5%. If the difference goes 10%, you can trade with the expectation the price difference will go back to 5%. And the reverse is true. If the average distance is 5% and it goes to 1%, you can trade on the expectation the average distance will go to 5%. Wait, so JP Morgan's paid 35.6 billion? And what about the other uninsured depositors? Kush SPY is up because there are more buyers than sellers. As for the Fed report on Wednesday, the expected move is 25 basis points. So, if the move is 25 basis points or higher, bearish, because the premium required to get the return profile needed means a lower stock price. And if the rate is flat, bullish. We'll see. I'm sure there'll be people here discussing it. But broadly speaking, depending on what you expect, depending on the market price that morning, pre-market, will drive whether or not a rate hike is bullish or bearish. That's interesting, Tiger, because I think 3 for 4 out of the last. So I always write 3 of the last 4 meetings. The most recent one fucked everybody else over. The rate hike is not what's unpredictable, optional trader. What's unpredictable are the comments during the press conference following. So, for example, when J-Pow announced disinflation, market moved. Bitcoin's going down, didn't you hear?
Yeah, did anyone check out GDC? Halton, probably another Chinese stock. So if you guys remember top TOP, it shot up from $6 to 170. GDC was like $3 and it's at $15 on a halt. Probably gonna rock it up. Yeah. That was good, Ox.
Yo, what's up, dude?
How's it hanging, brother?
Oh, not too bad.
You seen this GDC?
You mean General Dynamics?
No, GDC, Gamma, Delta, Charlie.
Oh, damn.
Remember top TOP?
Yeah, that Chinese company, right?
Yeah, so GDC looks like to be another Chinese company that's halted. The people,
Yes, it's up 569%.
yeah. I really want to buy it now.
As it's going to go down another 400.
You can't go down 400%, bro. You can only go down 100.
True enough.
Oh, here we go. Buy it now, boys. We're going to the moon. Let's go.
Fuck.
Let's go. Fucking moon, boys. Come on. Fly me to the moon. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. Oh, fuck. Is it halted? Damn, just made $500. Let's go. I think this thing is going to keep going, but I get in and out like swimwear. We're going back in, boys. We're back in. It's at 25. Let's go.
Holy shit, man.
And sold. All right. Another 450 here. Let's see if we buy back at 20. Oh, it might come back to 20. Damn it. It's not dropping.
I'll give it a sec.
Oh, here we go. here, my friends. The big drop.
Yeah,
Here we go. Time for the triple dip. Thoughts? It's not really holding too strong, so I'm thinking we're gonna see a drop here.
Yeah.
I can't see my level 2s. It's not working. What the fuck? You can see buy and sell orders. Yeah, we're struggling at like $23, $24. Who's got level 2 on GDC? Bayos. Check out Bayos. Oh my god, halted. This might be the beginning of a halt. Or of a rally. Not looking so good with some of these. Thank you for the level 2. Yeah, it looks good. Leju. Is that another one? Leju's halted. Sheesh. What in the pocket going on here? I can't believe I made money off of fucking Chinese stock today, dude. Yo, Oxy, have you heard of RMBS?
Sorry, say again.
Have you heard of RMBS?
Rambus?
Yeah.
I have not.
Add the $44 put for that one in May. At least add it to your watch or radar or buy it, whatever. See, $1.60. Paid $3.50.
For 19 May, you said?
Correct. Yeah, RMBS, May 19th, $44 put. Have earnings or something? Oh shit, they have earnings after hours. Yo, let's do some research to see if he'll dump, because I think this would be an insane buy. Let me look at the expected move here. Bro, I can't find shit.
First quarter Zacks consensus estimate revenues pegged at 145 million, indicating 10% increase from a year ago quarter. Earnings of estimate for earnings is 42 cents. Year-over-year growth 7.7%.
Let's see. The predicted move after earnings announced on average versus an average of the actual earnings. So they have an average 8% move on them. Damn, GDC hit 7.
You're not in GDC anymore, are you, Urban?
Fuck no.
Good.
Yeah, just pumping and dumping in this weird range. So
Hell yeah, man.
I heard you guys trading that GDC, Internet of Things. Yeah, yeah, it's a big potential Internet of Things. So on that one, I doubt that it's gonna. I doubt it's gonna go back down to nothing. Flatten out a little bit, maybe. I haven't done any due diligence on that, but if you guys made money, that was a good call. Yeah, that was good.
yeah, made close to $1,000 on it. Not even a minute of playing it. You just gotta know. You gotta know how to buy it and sell it without doing market orders, especially with Robinhood, because then you get fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've done quite a few like that in my career. And it's hard to resist when if you catch them like going if you're aware of them and you catch them going up 9, 10 o'clock. Yeah. Good deal. This guy, Shark Sapphire, he wants up. He wants up to talk. What do you guys think? Yeah, no. What do you guys think?
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay.
What's going on, Shark? I may have been wrong. Yeah, QH up 163%. Holy smokes.
Oh, RMBS, please fucking die.
Bourbon, what is that? You died on this trade?